And one of the difficulties is that often we are funded for 2 years. You have these end term and deliverable. And yes, you have to deliver against Butterfly, against the EBMS. And you don't have that security, and people are leaving after that because a postdoc doesn't have that funding. I mean, having structural funding would actually really help to streamline this and actually share more knowledge. And at the end, it would cost less, much more benefit. So EBMS, I'm just going to present you a little bit of a timeline, how it was built. It started not as a ambition to become a global or a European butterfly monitoring scheme database. It started as a synthesis project that funded by the FRB at the CESAB. Back then we were in Aix-en-Provence. 2014, 2013 it started. But when we met, very quickly we realized that, oh, there's all these data. And yesterday there was a mention of there's data on a laptop hidden. This is not what's about. Yes, there is data, but there is a community. There's people working to collect these data. And it's not about getting a snapshot of that data set on that laptop. It's actually to building a community and a long-term sustainable vision. In 2014, we started building that essentially to create capacity to address question that was mentioned before about some drivers. 2017, 2016, I moved to the UK. 2017, we started working with Butterfly Conservation Europe. We branded EBMS, the European Butterfly Monitoring Scheme. 2019, we had ABLE, which was enabling some advance of the EBMS that was funded by the European Commission. And then we had partnership with Spring, which was also funded by the European Commission in 21. And now we are there. So just quickly, what is a BMS, a Butterfly Monitoring Scheme? Essentially, it's transect data or color walk. In the UK, it started in 1974, 1976, depending. So it's a method developed by Andy Poller. You walk every week, every second week, every month, some places. So you have minimum weather conditions. So there's a protocol around that. So it's not just data that have no protocol. There's definitely a protocol. And you walk and you count every species in a box that is 5 by 5 meter, 2.5 meter each side and 5 meter above, 5 meter from. And you enter your data online or via an app today. Back then it was on paper, and I still do it on paper actually. And then you walk through transect and section. So back in CESAB at the Aix-en-Provence, we had a question about how local scale process build up to large scale response butterfly. That was actually an echo to that question about the driver. The driver are super important, but how do you answer a question about drivers? How can you have actionable data or evidence? Well, you need time series. You need multiple time series. You need data that will inform that. That's what this group did. We knew that there was sparse and butterfly data across Europe. It was difficult to access. You had to send email, or like you can send an email to all the ecologists that work on this. You had to do a standardization and validation. That process was not streamlined, was not equal quality. So yeah, we had Excel sheet, we had database, we had other things. We put that together in an EBMS database. And then it was about harmonizing the different scheme, because even though we have a protocol, that protocol might differ a little bit. So metadata to harmonizing that is really important. And then you have to feedback and you have to build trust. I think that's very important to strengthening the network. I mean, if you just collect data, put that in the database without feedback, well, I give you 2 years. At the end of a project, they don't call you, they don't answer your email. You will not be in the game for very long. So that arrow at the bottom that feeds back, if you find an error in the database, well, feed back and they will be happy to fix it. If you create something, a tool, feedback, they might use it. They might even improve it. And then obviously this is 10 years or 10 years later. So it's based on volunteer. So like it's a large community We work with a community that works with other communities. So it's scaling up these things. So a lot of volunteer, we have a lot of count, obviously, that we accumulate. There's still some gap in the database, as was mentioned yesterday. There's a lot of area that is walked. Europe is much bigger than that, though. There's 31 monitoring scheme in 29 countries, and there's 329 species. So some species are missing. There are rare species. It's not a fit for, I mean, it doesn't work for every species to do a transect walk. Some are difficult to detect, and detectability is sort of difficult. But this is how the network is growing. So at the end of 2021, we had about 5,000 transect active every year. So this is about strengthening the network. So with Able, we were able to create some expanding the network to the east part of Europe and Portugal also. And then later in 2024, that's the status after spring funding. So having funding actually allow you to expand, and having a capacity behind that support that really enable to accelerate that adherence or to bring people together. So you have to build capacity through workshop, training, seminar, meeting. And the picture on the top, I mean, Luis presenter said, enthusiasm. I mean, that's definitely on the ground that you see the enthusiasm. There's enthusiasm in the meeting room, true, but on the ground, when people see and count and feel that they contribute to something, that is definitely there, that you can actually use that momentum to create something bigger. And then supporting coordinator, which are working often voluntarily also, or on spare time, and then to enable them to use some EBMS tools, so create capacity to ease access, and sharing knowledge, that's important. And no knowledge is actually too small. No data is too small. So we created, just gonna go back one, I think, no, on 4. So there's a website where you can actually enter your data in a standardized way. So that allows you to streamline the data. We develop some app, we provide training, as I mentioned. And just on the website, this is how it grows since 2010, 2015, and the different country. There's even South Africa there. So Europe is quite a big thing. But when you create an infrastructure, I mean, the limit is your vision. So if you can have a wider vision, why not? You can always scale down when you want to. I mean, I saw that data cube yesterday from local to bigger. Why not think about global? And then you can create tools, but also methods that are proven and statistically sound through, I mean, research and working with expert. You ease the access through developing tools such as R packages, and even easier if you have a user interface that is much easier than R, and then obviously providing training again. The app, how you make that easy. Mobile phone with 16 language. I mean, this is not trivial, having a language that people can use and access. And tracking the GPS route, that is really good. So what EBMS does is, yes, transect 15-minute count with the new method, but we are filling a certain gap between the iNaturalist data, which is opportunistic, which is less structured, and the highly structured marker capture. But there's a big space in there that have standardized effort, but also that we can easily scale up. And this allows you to do research, to feed research. I mean, yesterday again, I got another data request from a scientist asking for access to the EBMS database. We can inform policy. We can also push some forward, maybe. We can provide evidence to see how things are changing. That is measurable over time, that might influence and inform some action. And the other thing that is important to notice, or maybe the bird was one example, the butterfly are one example, but when we come back to a bigger scale of what is biodiversity monitoring, here we have the pollinator monitoring scheme, or the EPOMs. Butterfly are just on top of that. But there's many other taxa. There's many other methods. And we can share that knowledge, that what we learn in EPMS, or through that work, that time that we worked with others, we can actually share some information with other taxa, with other people, other community. And that would really create some much more stronger butterfly monitoring scheme. And again, I mean, if we can put the EBOC at the end of this, I mean, I don't know where the arrow goes, if it goes up or down, or if it's just we're part of it. I mean, I would be really pleased to. There's a lot of information here. How it's read, I don't know, how it's perceived and how the vision is implemented. I'm really thrilled to see.
Thanks, Reto. If there is a very quick question, otherwise you can find Reto also. And okay, Joachim. Where's the ball? The volleyball, the box. Oh, just come here, maybe there.
So it always remains a challenge to engage Eastern European countries. Why is that?
Why is that? I think, well, building capacity and cultural aspect, history, building trust is different. I think Europe is a big entity, has different history and relationship with government or higher institution. So top down versus bottom up. Yeah, I think that's one element. So how you build trust across these different community, different country with different history. Funding, it's not just money, it's how that money should be used to the right purpose. I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, I think thanks, Reto. I think that this is because these issues in terms of cultural differences and legacies are quite transversal, and you see that repeatedly across taxa. So something that also needs to be part of the EBOC and the reflections behind EBOC. So thanks, Reto. So welcome here now, Michael Mirti. He's leading the ELTER coordination actually right now for the Helmholtz Center for Environmental Research, based at UFZ in Germany, and he's a coordinator of the preparatory phase project, the ELTER preparatory phase project, and chairman of the ELTER Europe, and co-chair of the ILTER, so the International Long-Term Ecological Research. So, and he will be explaining a bit about the experience on the long-term monitoring and the process that we have. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. So can you hear me if I stand here? Right. In the program, the talk is called ELTER, Ecosystem Research, but it's intrinsic to ELTER that we started to integrate communities, and the full title of the ELTER research infrastructure reflects that. So it's a joint endeavor of ecosystem, critical zone, and socio-ecological research. Building this infrastructure, which is on the track towards something Christos is going to present next, and Eric, is actually not building on sand or on a short-term initiative. We are capitalizing on 26 ELTER country networks that were quite loose, bottom-up networking activity contributing to a global network. But building an RI is a quite different enterprise. ELTER made it to the ESRI roadmap in 2018, and we have currently political support. That means involved ministries from 21 countries and 165 institutions from 28 countries signed the scientific memorandum of understanding of the research infrastructure. So that's the coverage with the dark blue countries indicated. We have one slide we have been using to try to explain the value, or maybe the unique characteristic of ELTER, which is to put a whole system approach into practice. And it's characterized by observing and doing research across all spheres of an ecosystem, from the bedrock up to the lower atmosphere. And on top of that, strongly considering the human component, the component of human usage of the natural resources at these sites. So saying sites, we are talking about sites and platforms. So we have two different spatial scales. I will get back to that in the next slide. But we have a strict system of site categories that are all underlaid by mandatory criteria. And that's the revolution, if you want. So in a global network, you get the ELTA label by saying I'm ELTA. In Europe, you get the ELTA label by compliance with a set of mandatory criteria. And this hierarchy reflects a hierarchy in terms of instrumentation, of intensity of activities, of completion, of complete methods, and using certain levels of methods, basic or prime. And the continuous long-term operation of these 200 in situ facilities belongs to the core services of ELTA, and there is a short summary of what we consider important services that might be of relevance also for EPOC. The basic site infrastructure, where there is physical access provided to these facilities, and in terms of enabling better research at the site scale, creating ELTA information clusters. And that means that we integrate the data that are gathered in situ according to the agreed standards with data from multiple other sources. It's a integration of data that differs from integrating data to calculate EBVs. It's a preceding step to that, we think. And the purpose of that is to provide seamless access to a whole wealth of data to the local teams that could not afford to do that individually. So that's one of the key services here. Access to this data, I mentioned that a wide range of analytical tools and virtual labs where we collaborate with peers, training and other services. And through providing these services and the related infrastructure, we enable better work on the ELTA research challenges, biodiversity dynamics, climate change, eutrophication and pollution, and contribute to the policy frameworks that are indicated here. A very important bit is the sociology. I will not expand on that in my talk, but sociological research that focuses on societal transition, on the justice of political measures as perceived in various regions, is one of the components that has its special kind of research infrastructure. And that brings me to the two main blocks or components of ELTA: the physical infrastructure to the right with sites that are smaller scale, and LTSCR platforms in the range of hundreds and thousands of square kilometers, which is appropriate to do the sociological research. To the left, a whole set of services, research infrastructure services that are currently grouped in 7 groups. And you will realize that there are linking points to other research infrastructures. There might be linking points to EPOC here. And I only want to highlight one service that might be covered by a dedicated topic center, which is the work on optimized design and harmonization, and that comprises the standard observations. So let's now have a look at the services that are of highest relevance for EPOC and EuropaBON from our perspective. And that's the core of the story. We have again the spheres indicated, and from a functional and process perspective, we have the characteristics, we have the structures of the ecosystem, and the 65 variables we have specified as standard observations cover these processes and structures, and depending on the habitat, 30 to 40 are mandatory for each and every site. So they were chosen with the thinking to achieve a selection of standard observations being highly sensitive to system change, supporting site comparison, and produce continental scale data products beyond what's actually done in addition and on each and every site. Critical relevance for modeling and simplicity, because we think that if we start with something too complex, it's a high risk of premature demise. That's the list of standard observations in the area of biodiversity. We differ between basic methods and prime methods, and that's one example taken for forested sites, category 1 and 2. I want to only briefly show that the key issue is that we put information in context. So if you look at biodiversity trend and the effect of nitrogen, we have a series of standard observations throughout the systems. They are the complementary colors that help you interpreting a trend with view on the set of drivers that are covered by the standard observations. The physical network, and you talked a lot about biases, representativity questions. We analyze the physical network, and each of these dots has already declared compliance with our standards in 2 to 3 years' time. So you don't get into that set that's analyzed easily. So we did a statistical analysis of the overall representativity across against the 6 reference parameters. The coverage is fairly nice for the first attempt, the first round, and we have started now a process negotiating with the countries, filling the gaps on the Iberian Peninsula, a small Nordic gap, and a gap everyone has been reporting on here in this meeting, which we call the Eastern Gap. So that's the summary of possible interactions and contact points with EBOC. The main areas or the main items in the area of biodiversity monitoring are the standard observations, mobilization of legacy data, methods, and feasibility aspects. So we focus on largely automated standard observations at these more than 200 sites, and we must underpin our experiences. If you don't maintain properly, actually you might not get good data. So this existence of local staff that does the calibration and the maintenance according to protocols is a very positive angle ELTA can provide. We have these standardized methods and fair data that goes without saying, and we have been harmonizing in the entire course of specifying the standard observations against other reference standards and lists, and that's an ongoing consultation process. So EuropaBON interest and EBOC interest is still to be considered. There is a chance. Mobilization of legacy data, 1/3 of the budget in the first phase will go in mobilizing legacy data, because we think that's the biggest asset ELTA represents back to up to more than 100 years at some sites. Methods and feasibility. We think that we are ideal playgrounds to test methods, to further develop methods, and to work with expert groups on the applicable EPVs. Rollout methods, maybe test-wise first at ELTA sites to see how feasible it is at the larger scales, and link to the potential role. And the discussion has started via the chair of our scientific advisory board, how their role in the European monitoring schemes revision could look like. Calibration and validation, thanks for the remark by Marek. We have a connection ready to the European Space Agency and also EEA. Part of our standard observations were chosen to be of highest possible value for calibration validation activities. So that's been one of the angles in choosing the standard observations. Last slide. What we contribute and what's the complementary bit or add-on is the added value in explaining the trends. So that's the first item here. We think that we can attribute the drivers to the trends, and on the LTSL platforms, we can, in an interactive way, develop management options. And from our perspective, there is a high potential in a nested design to link the hierarchy of ELTA sites with a larger set of monitoring sites that have full aerial coverage. Notes for the collaboration with science around this information cluster of information. I mentioned that. And thanks to Joachim, you had a screenshot exactly of this paper. We know that EBOC would be needed, but for now, that's the way how we collect information and can publish information even in nature. Peter Hase, by the way, the lead author, is the lead of the Biodiversity Research Challenge in ELTA and shared infrastructure. The target, and this is now linking to the EBOC governance. We want to have the ERIC established in 26, and everyone knowing the S3 business knows what that means. That's still quite ambitious. But when we talk about EBOC governance, we have the ELTA-RI governance, the ERIC governance under development. So any functional and structural and operational linkage should be discussed and developed now. Then it can enter the box and be decided by the 21 countries. And I must underpin this, this saying about if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. I think that really applies to ELTA, and that's in a way our community credo. Thanks for your attention.
Thanks, Michael. I think this is a very important message, and I think that it needs to be also strongly incorporated into the reflections around the ebook. So there is time for a very quick question, if there is any clarification or more general question, Nestor, and that
if it
the
is
second
quick,
one.
but
No, what Nestor, and then another one, and we close. Yeah.
so my question is about the standard observations and the list of EBVs. Yeah. So one of the discussions under the EBOK and so on is how to collocate observations that then can be used to feed the modeling of the EBVs and so on. And at the same time, as parallel for the LTR has been developing this standard observations and so on. So how do you think that those two efforts can be actually linked, and to what extent there is still flexibility enough to try to connect both together so that those standard observations can be used to model the EBV?
Okay, let me be totally pragmatic here. We will have the first version of the framework of standard observations adopted by the end of June this year. But I'm saying this is an iterative process. We have actually until the end, until the ERIC is signed and the budget is finally agreed, time to harmonize that and to fine tune it. So actually I'm now 61, and I think I've heard more credos towards collaboration and integration than anything else, and it hardly happens. I think my previous speaker just mentioned that. I think it's a unique chance that we now see structures emerging more or less at the same time that can be co-developed and co-designed. So if there is a good argumentation towards the ministries, and Aletta sits in our scientific advisory board, they will be willing to open the package for a very simple reason that's called double purpose and single payment. If they see they can comply with biodiversity monitoring obligations and at the same time have a nice ecosystem research infrastructure, they will do that. And it's only about the arguments. And I think the scientific advisory board with a letter will be decisive to inform the ministries that it just makes sense, even if it's at a late stage. So if you come in somewhere in 25 and we then put that on the table, it can be done. And my perspective is this is actually not turning the budget upside down because the real cost drivers are different.
Last question for Michael.
Yes, thank you. Alex is from Slovenian Environmental Agency. One thing that I like very much is that you also include end users, the one with your social part. That means that people that actually gather data and collect them and then report them. What we are building is the national nature conservation system, information system, and we are trying to actually include all these workflows of the users that want to do, because they have some job that has to be done, their job, and not mine or yours, but their. And this is where I see a bit of a lack here. It's that we have policies, we have workflows, we have protocols, and then we have some portals that are applications for end users. So the end users then have to think of, oh, this is another application and another that I have to use and report the data for 3 times. And what I think that we should also think is also producing some machine-to-machine application programming interfaces always, in order to be these workflows to be integrated into local applications or dedicated applications for specific user segments, and also to be future-proof for AI agents, because then this will be happening automatically in the background. If we don't do it and we are left with some applications that are standalone for your use, people will not use.
Okay. I try to be brief. You addressed a lot of important matters, but in very brief, there is LifeWatch and LifeWatch stands like metaphorically for technical collaboration wherever possible. And for example, lower atmosphere flux measurements, we entirely apply ICO standards and they will even be taking care of our data. That's an agreement already. So we will not reinvent the wheel. Secondly, you address a very important aspect of the contact to the end users, maybe even the decision makers. And we think it's just intrinsic that we have the same dilemma as IP-based. The more you go into ecosystem services, to stakeholder, to user uptake, the more it becomes specific, it becomes region specific. So what we have set up is exemplary research on the human environment interactions, including decision-making in 50 well-chosen LTSER platforms. We cannot speak for Europe, but we can speak for mechanisms. We can speak for aspects like environmental justice. So how would the end user perceive the effects of directive in the very end, in its actions and in its limitations, etc. And the research angle to that is it will be researched, it will be investigated and published, just like for the natural sciences, reporting on mechanisms.
Well, thank you, Michael. I think that this is very interesting discussion, but I think we'll have time in the last session also to raise some of these issues. So thank you again. And we just go to the next one. So it's Christos Arganitidis. He's the CEO of LifeWatch ERIC and is based at the Hellenic Center for Marine Research and is the research director, also the head of the BBC Marine Biodiversity Laboratory. So he was going to explain a bit on the infrastructure, Live ERIC, and Christos, the word is yours.
Thanks, Sergey. Splendid. Thanks a lot. There were good kicks today, starting from Enrique's talk in the morning about collaboration and about complementarity between the infrastructures and in general the entities that exist in the landscape. And also Michael made, a good one a moment ago about that proverb of coming from the Africa. If you want to go farther, you go together. And that's a good start already. So I'm giving this talk on behalf of our executive board. And the overall message we want to deliver is that LifeWatch, along with the other stakeholders, is open for collaboration. And we strongly support from the start the activities of EuropaBON and also the way that this idea on the European Biodiversity Observation Coordination Center is being developed, and we would like to see that to come to the fruition. A little bit on the research infrastructures. Research infrastructures are organizations that enable the research community to use specific facilities or resources or services. And we do that in order to assist them in accelerating their scientific achievements and of course, promote sustainable research. How we act, we just make science happen and deliver big results. We share knowledge and the resources. We provide opportunities and promote actually innovation and sustainability. We try to tackle societal challenges, foster collaboration, and break barriers between the scientific disciplines, but also scientific domains as well. Here is a graph of all of the research infrastructures relevant to the biosphere inside the ENVRI science cluster. This plot arranges all those infrastructures along an axis, which is the levels of the biological organization and also the disciplines. LifeWatch is pretty much placed here centrally, collaborating and interacting with a lot of other infrastructures. And in these plots, you can see the hydrosphere and the atmosphere, of course, within ENVRI. We have already tried hard, and we are on the right path in collaborating and try to find out the common grounds between our research infrastructures, those trading zones that can give us a lot more from the collaboration and rather than from the competition. In a nutshell, we're a European Research Infrastructure Consortium. We are a research infrastructure at the level of landmark. We are at the operational stage right now. We're in our second cycle of implementation. Our common facilities are distributed in 3 countries. The statutory, excuse me. Is that on or? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, mixed up. So that one. Well, the statutory seat and the ICT core, which is the back end of our infrastructure, they are placed in Seville in Spain, where I am. The front office, the service center is placed in Lecce in Italy, and our virtual laboratories and innovation center in Amsterdam, in the Netherlands. And we have on board, except for those 3 countries, Portugal, Belgium, Slovenia, Bulgaria, and Greece. We hope soon we're going to have more countries. Our vision is to become the research infrastructure providing access to the world's biodiversity, content, services, and communities in one click. Is a very ambitious vision, and this is not, to happen tomorrow. It's a long-term vision. And I will explain a little bit more about that later on. And our mission for this 5 years implementation cycle is to try to accelerate the research effort of the scientific community by delivering the European state-of-the-art infrastructure on biodiversity and ecosystem research. Can we do that alone? No, it's not possible. That's why we seek collaboration with the global aggregators, GBIF and OBIS. We hope that we will find our trading zones with EuropaBON and also with EBOC later on. And we are already on the path of collaborating with ELTER, RI. As Michael said, we have, our second memorandum of collaboration to be signed during the lunch. DISCO as well, the research infrastructure on collections. We can do a lot of things, with the data that are being collected right now. But how about the history and how about, the knowledge that is being there, for over 250 years now? We just can't, throw it out of the window. We need DISCO here. The Nubius, EMBRC, EMSOERIC, EuroGoose, EuroArgo, ICOS, etc. And these are only from the ENVRI science cluster. I could bring in, on this path, also Elixir, Eurobioimaging, and a few others as well. We all need them. It's not only about livelihoods. And if EBOC is going, to go ahead, we should think, about ways for developing collaborations with this. We have a unique niche in the European arena because livelihoods is supposed to be the e-science infrastructure dedicated to biodiversity and ecosystem research. However, the challenge here is that both concepts are extremely multidimensional, and therefore that brings alone a challenge. That's why we deploy, not again. I'm sorry about that. I don't know why it goes so fast. Anyway, we deploy cutting edge technology. And in fact, what we're trying to do is to federate, fair compliant data, reproducible analytics, and mobilized research communities generating new knowledge and innovation. So we develop our virtual research environments. We provide the resources that the technological push we give to the community, and so they can test their hypothesis, and that's the scientific pull they get out of our infrastructure. And also our virtual research environments, they include a lot of workflows, and the users can test the same hypothesis by data or resources of information coming from multiple domains or disciplines. And that's synthetic knowledge. That's something really very valuable. Okay, this is an oversimplified picture of our architecture, the technical architecture that follows the development of knowledge from the data sampling, actually even earlier from the hypothesis forming all the way to the translation of the results of the research into knowledge, which is what is needed to be used by the stakeholders and other beneficiaries of what we do. No, the principal horizontal services is the glue layer we develop, so all those resources are capable of being federated. All those web services that the countries are developing, they can be linked to each other. And this is basically composed by these four components: the eco portal, which is the semantics repository. We're the only infrastructure having a semantics repository in the every cluster. The metadata catalog for the discovery and exploration of our resources. The Tesseract and also the NAR-VRE, they are both platforms as services for orchestrating workflows out of web services and building the VREs. And LiveBlock is the implementation of blockchain technology into our resources. That's the science knowledge graph for LiveWatch. This is where we are by the end of 2023. I could go, thoroughly through these columns, but it will take all the time, unfortunately. So I will focus, on the services. By the end of the year, we had 191 services in our system, in our technology. We're trying with growing confidence to break the psychological limit of 300 next month. We hope that we're going to do that. There's a lot of development happened in the last year and has been brought in technical developments, like, for example, the VREs, the LiveBlock, the My LiveWatch EU. I'll come back to that in a minute. How we collaborate with the communities. We put together scientists and computer engineers. The scientists tell us what are the steps in order for them to be able to test the hypothesis. And on the other side, we put the computer, something goes wrong with this today. The computer engineers who can put together the web services and compose, orchestrate the workflows. Here we have a workflow developed in collaboration with the MBRC. It's ARMS, it's targeted to invasive species, and it is composed by a workflow on conventional community analysis and another one on metabarcoding community analysis. So this thing is interpreted in our computer engineers' minds in something like this. For a mere biologist like me, this doesn't make a lot of sense, but it produces a lot of good technology. There is a video, it's in our presentation. I guess that all the presentations will be made available. And this is the last developments, mylivewatch.eu, which is a place for collaborative research, also for individual research with a lot of components. This shows you the use of our blockchain technology. We have federated research to our resources, semantic keywords research, semantic structure research, and also lately GPT. So that's live GPT. You can see, just a screenshot. Tell me what you know about the macrofauna, and then all the information from all the resources comes up together. A very complicated workflow in our infrastructure. Each of those rectangles represents a service, and they're connected to each other. There is a workflow studio later on. And finally, an application for the remote sensing data loggers. And that's the final slide, how we can help the EBOC to develop more, how we can find, in which places we can find common ground for mutual development, those trading zones through which we can develop things together. We provide that space to work and access to many resources, but also an environment for networking, either to individuals or their networks. And I guess that this is the most useful slide, for this kind of discussion that follows on. And thank you so much. I'm available for any questions or comments.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We don't have a lot of time for questions. So if there's, unless there is a very urgent one, maybe I suggest you to ask him. Is there urgent, really? Okay, but then if it's very urgent, I mean, of course you can go. I mean, it's
always urgent. No. Yeah, because I mean, I missed the previous slides where you mentioned remote sensing. That's the only one where you mentioned. I'm Marc Paganini from the Space Agency. What I want to ask you is that we are developing a lot of data infrastructure in ESA with the Commission as part of the Copernicus program to give access to easy access to satellite data for research. And I haven't seen almost anything related to this data infrastructure. I don't know if you're aware of the CBSC or the OpenEO platforms we are doing, Earth Code as well. And one of my dreams would be to set up a sort of virtual environment, a virtual library for biodiversity research, where I need to connect to what you have. So I guess that you as well, you need to connect very well to our work.
Exactly. I mean, to reply to this question, it would take, another 5 minutes, but we can discuss over lunch about that. Yeah. Definitely, there is something there because we have already sent a microsatellite. So we are developing a little bit on this area, but connecting with other players, the key players, it would be a good opportunity for us for developing more the infrastructure. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And that's something that we'll keep going in the next session. I just wanted to remind you that all the presentations will be made available for all of you, but also the recordings of the session, so you will be able to access them. And then we go directly to the next speaker, Isabel Sousa Pinto, who is a professor at the University of Porto and the head of the Aquatic Biodiversity and Conservation Group at the CIMAR. She's a member of the board of directors of the Interdisciplinary Center for Marine and Environmental Research and the head of the Laboratory of the Coastal Biodiversity. So, Isabel, she will be introducing the Marco Polo project.
Yes. Okay, so good morning. I'm going to try to be a very quick talk about this project, Marco Polo, and that is a marine project, so maybe a good complementary to the ones that we heard before, and also was funded to really develop the marine part of the monitoring of biodiversity. So what we know, I'm not going to speak a lot about this because you all know that we have a lot of need for not only more data on biodiversity, but also that we need to organize it better, harmonize it, standardize on all this. But I wanted to note also that we really have even less knowledge about the marine environment, and that this was recognized by the United Nations as a special need. So we are now in the decade of ocean sciences for sustainable development. And this is not just because science, that we need for science to know more about the ocean, this also, but because it's really important for sustainable development. So this was recognized. So we have actually some long-term series, but they are on fisheries. So outside fisheries, and this is a very special kind of data, and I'm not going to get into that, but we really don't have these crucial long-term time series, and they are not sustainable. And when I say sustainable, this was mentioned several times, I mean financially sustainable. They are usually not funded for long term. So then we also have shortage of adequate data products for decision makers. But this very often, it's also because we like clear guidance and what is needed. And this is what we also want to work with. So we want to work with the people that need this data to really see if we can get better of providing what's needed. And then actually it was this study that found that although we have little data, even this data is really not used for decision maker. Very little make it to decision maker table, and some is used by the private sector, and then everything else is used by the scientists. And actually, just to mention that, of course, we have the mission, ocean and waters. That was also something that the Commission put forward really to advance the marine research, and not just research use, so to restore our ocean. So it's very much connected with what we are discussing here. And in this mission is we are working on the digital twin of the ocean that is really needs all this information modeling on all this that we are talking about here. So what is Marco Polo? Is this project we started about a year ago. We have, well, a number of partners, and this was under this call for observing and mapping biodiversity and ecosystem with particular focus on coastal and marine ecosystems. But one thing that this project has is also very strong links with many of the key players on the ocean observing community. And well, some of these acronyms may not be familiar. What is OOS is Ocean Observation System. So we have global, we have European, we have Atlantic, we have several, and we have the key people of all these organizations in Marco Polo. We also have from EuropaBON, the marine part, we have from the infrastructure, we heard that Christos is with us. We have also from the decade programs, so Marine Life 2030 and EuropaBON. We have people from IMIPES and all these. So this is really, so we can really link with all these organizations. So with the basic principles, we only work with raw data that is public available through major repositories, and then we try that the data that we are generating should already be fit for multiple purposes. We apply existing standards, and we really want to improve the operational framework of marine biological observations. So with new technologies, we know that this is really hard and expensive. So we really want to, this was not technical, so this is not a project to improve the technology, but really to improve the use and the data that come from the technology, and really to make these data flows more efficient. Then we want to integrate social science approaches, really to understand the stakeholders' needs, motivation, barriers, and so on, and also collaborate with and build in all relevant new and ongoing initiatives like, you know, EuropaBON and like now the EBOC. So the project objectives, and this is really to enable this digital framework for our marine biodiversity data that is built in in the international standards and approaches, so it links also to international arena, and really is the biological component of the marine observation infrastructure in Europe that we may have someday. We don't have it now. But also, and the marine component of the European biodiversity observation infrastructure, and then the specific objectives. I think it's very much what we've been discussing here. Improve data collection and organization, but also enable technologies for really have cost-effective, timely, and accurate biodiversity observations, testing new tools, technologies, and so on, and also empower the community, all of it. So we want to support this transformative change and how the monitoring of biodiversity in the ocean is done and used. So how we do that, we have 5 technical work packages, but I'm not going to talk about them, but just to say that we have very strong focus on eDNA also. Of course, in the ocean, the biodiversity is surrounded by water, so eDNA is really a key technology, but also linking land and sea, mapping biodiversity with autonomous systems, and modeling and mapping coastal and marine biodiversity. So we have also a lot of modeling. But I'm going just to talk a little bit about the delivering essential biodiversity and ocean variables, and also the stakeholder engagement. So for that, we really, I mean, we are in the, part of the marine observing community. So we really need to link them also with the physical and the biogeochemical and all these observations. And we need to link with the biodiversity community on land, sea, and everything. So we really work on these EOVs, essential ocean variables, and EBVs. And we really want our system to work for both of these. And also, of course, for the MSFD, of all these reporting obligations that we have for the marine environment. And then we, actually we are, as all the projects, they have this data management plan, but our ambition, it's to create one that can be used by multiple projects, that is available for user, and we are developing it already in collaboration with other projects. And actually we got picked up already by outside, so this is US Geological Survey that thought this was a very good plan, and they picked it up and use it, although we are just starting. I mean, it was just published the first version. But we realized that this system, although it looks like very technological, really this is a social technical system, because really what is important is involve the people that are doing the work of collecting data and also using the data. So we really, I would like to use this image that this is, we all need this sparkling fountain with that fits for all the purposes, but for that we really need a very fit for purpose plumbing. And this is, the problem is different stakeholders, they want different fountain, and the fountain with different characteristics. So really the plumbing needs to be built to produce the fountain everyone needs, maybe pink, then blue, then higher, lower, all the things. So it's really important that we bring everyone together to know what's needed before we really build this plumbing system. And of course, we won't want to do it separate from the other communities. So we have a strong engagement and community integration that we are starting. So we are starting a project. I'm not going to go over because I have just 1 minute left, but really also to work with the international organizations and the collaboration with a lot of initiatives that you see here. And of course, with the mission, ocean and water. So we all have already a connection with freshwater, which is the mission, this ocean and waters. And also with the Ocean Decade, so UN projects, this EuropaBON, Ocean Biomolecular Observing Network, we think it's really very important, this technology for the ocean. And so also we mapped the projects we want to work with. The EuropaBON is already there, we already work with it. And so the contributions we have for EBOC is really to provide support to develop its marine components and links with the marine observing community and its organizations, and then provide new tools and models, test co-design data streams and workflows, and a community of practice and co-produce and agreed pilots and demonstration, and I cannot go. And expectation. So here is, I think our expectation is the EBOC really fully embraces the marine environment. And so includes the co-development model that integrates existing initiatives and infrastructures, and where key actors share work and decision-making power. This to ensure that these operations are relevant for all the relevant purposes. And then just because I was paid to say that, you know, you have to include these already established organizations like EMODNet, EuroGOOS, EOS, and so on. And also work with established system. I think the important thing here is really involve the existing structures, the key players, and also, of course, we can identification of marine biodiversity monitoring gaps and support to filling them and improve the standardization. We also need that, of course, in the marine environment, like everywhere. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Isabel.
I think there is no time.
Yeah, I don't think, I'm sorry, yeah.
Till the end.
Yeah, but I think it's a very important piece of the puzzle here with the marine observation system. So I think thank you, Isabel, for this talk. So we move now directly to the last one. Joaquin Vicente. So Joaquin Vicente is our senior researcher at the National Institute of Wildlife Research at the UCLM in Spain. Joaquin works in the field of wildlife ecology, management, epidemiology, and he will explain kind of the connection between the NET Wild Consortium and project with EUROPABON. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, EuropaBON, and congratulations for presenting this proposal for EVOC. So I'm presenting about NET Wild initiative. I will try to stick to the points I was asked. So I will try to present some lessons we can learn during this period of time, how we could contribute to this center. So very briefly about our project, NET Wild. NET Wild is a framework contract for the Food Safety Authority. EFSA, in order to assess a risk at European level, needs data on wildlife distribution and abandoned population. So they are the final users of the data, but we are working in a way that our legacy is that data can be incorporated to platform infrastructure like the EVOC. So we are addressing three main activities. The first, to compile information on abundance and distribution on wildlife species. Our mirror during this time always was the principles of EuropaBON. So we follow harmonized standard and methods to collect this information and to generate new information. And we are also working continuously on enhancing the network of data providers from the point of view that this is mutually beneficial. They are not just data providers. We are a network where we all benefit from wildlife monitoring. So yes, we are funded by EFSA. So we are more related probably to food safety, health, agriculture issue than to biodiversity monitoring. Our consortium is research-based, but it's driven mainly for risk assessment. So for that, we need to generate or to collect information very rigorously. So this information can be used for risk assessment and later for policy development. So data has been traced to the origins. We use appropriate metadata, which allows us to evaluate the quality of the data. As commented, we are using international standards. We're happy that we managed to introduce ecological standard that we include into the EFSA data collection framework. And at the end, this is the way for data to be interoperable at a European level and finally useful. So our principles are also open data and collaborative approach between the different partners and network of data providers. So about the activities we have performed during this period of time, we started initiative in 20 activities in 2017. Recently, we renewed the project, so we will be active at least until 2028. So we can say this is a long-term project. About data collection, data quality assessment, this picture is summarizing our way of working. So initially, we developed the standards for distribution and abundance of wildlife species. Also, we developed methodology. We developed protocols to estimate abundance of wildlife, because abundance really matters when you are assessing risk. So it's not only about distribution of the species. And then we started data collection. We promoted networking, tried to engage the different stakeholders to build capacity building. And finally, all this data goes to a repository. And after that, you are in position to use this information to develop models. Spatial distribution and abundance models is the final product, apart from the data that we deliver to EFSA for wildlife, particularly for terrestrial species. And then this data, this model can be used by EFSA, but as I commented, we are working in an open way, so data is accessible. In some cases, you need to negotiate with EFSA, but finally it can be used for any framework, monitoring framework at the European level. For us, major achievement of this project has been the use and the adaptation of the standards, thanks to Guillaume Baudisquière, our colleagues from French Office of Biodiversity. And also major achievement, in my view, is that we build this network. As I comment, it's not just a list of data providers, it's more than this. You have to take much care about this network in a long-term perspective. So we are collecting data, particularly for terrestrial wildlife, not for birds, because they are doing really well, as you saw in Louis' presentation. So we are mainly focused on mammals, terrestrial mammals, and we collect data on occurrence, relative abundance, mainly hunting statistics, and density data for a range of species. So this picture summarizes our data workflow. So we have many different producers, data producers, generating different kind of data. We establish with them an agreement, establishing the terms of data sharing. Based on the standard I commented, we used a wildlife data model. And then data is centralized in my institutions. So finally, data is available at EFSA repository, at GBIF. So we also promote the generation of data papers, and also the models and density data are available through EFSA in Zenodo and in different. So to us, improving data transfer is always a priority, and this horizontal structure for data collection was very, very important to success. So next, very briefly, because we don't have time, I will refer to some activities we do to generate data. We developed a manual project to get data from citizens, very successful, particularly filling gaps in some areas like the Balkans. We developed the European Observatory of Wildlife to collect specific, reliable data on density in a network of study areas, and this complements the approach on using data that is available at large scale, like hunting statistics. And this is progressive. We are going step by step, because finally we would like to develop collocation monitoring. And I think the framework of the EBOC is perfect for that. So we offer this network for that. Then, as commented, we perform spatial modeling. So this is a continuous activity since we are starting. So we develop a methodology. We are improving our models as we develop methodology and we get more data. So we develop models based on occurrence, on abundance of species. This is for wild boar, prediction of the abundance of wild boar at 2 by 2 kilometer scale. This model matches the grid size that Professor Kisling commented yesterday. We also merge different kind of data. We are able to calibrate abundance into density, thanks to this network of observatory points. So just to finish, I would like to mention that we can contribute to the EBOC according to the different points that I'm going to show next, which arise more or less from the information I provided before. First, I believe that the way we are working using standards in an open way is perfect to share data with bigger initiatives than INETWILD. Our network is at disposal of these super monitoring frameworks. We are characterizing more further than EuropaBON did how wildlife monitoring systems, particularly for terrestrial wildlife, are doing in Europe, including aspects about design of the sampling. Our data model is available, so we don't need some time to develop new things, and we can build on what is already done. We can also offer our data exploration tool. This is a platform for visualizing, uploading, and downloading data. It's partially open, so you can access and check the availability of data. The apps we use for citizen science. The project itself, we would like to continue this activity in GAP countries, particularly in Eastern Europe. We would like to continue working on the observatory. As I commented, for us, co-location studies, integrating different monitoring of biodiversity variables would be great. Again, we can provide guidance for modeling. Training and communication, as always, is essential. And we believe in the framework of the EBOC, more or less, because this is a European authority, we are here, but we have contact interaction with different projects, initiatives. So this is the way we could contribute. Also, thank you. 15 minutes passes very quickly because I had a lot to tell you, but that's all for now. Thank you. Yeah,
Thank you for keeping it there. And I'm really sorry for the last speakers and for because we didn't have a lot of time and we started a bit later. So thanks again once more for all the speakers, and sorry for the audience for the delay because we ate a bit of the time available for the lunch, but the lunch is ready and we have time until 1 o'clock. So please be back here a bit before 1 o'clock because we'll go for the next session. So thank you and have a nice meal now.
Do you know where is this slide?
Like say why here, just letting you
Yes.
know, because I contributed significantly to the terms of reference for people.
Totally.
I mean, that's the.
Yeah, I'm not sure you're providing your institution.
I will, but I'm just going to say that this is why I'm here. Like, I'm here because I contributed significantly to drafting the.
Exactly, the proposal.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Shall we start already? Hello. So little by little, we will come back to the sessions, please. So we have another panel ahead of us. I will just introduce myself again. I'm Camino Liquete, working in the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, in particular in the Knowledge Center for Biodiversity, and my co-chair here.
Hi, I'm Dimitris Bolgoudakis, and I work for the National Observatory of Athens and an NGO that it's called Callisto, and its main sort of job is to monitor and conserve large carnivores in Greece, mainly bears and wolves. And I'm here because I contributed significantly to drafting this proposal for the ebook. So the floor is yours.
So I'm going to wrap up. Before starting, I want you to raise your hand if you weren't here yesterday when we presented the proposal of EBOC. You were not here. Okay, it's not a lot of people, it's only 5 or 6, but we are also in the streaming. So I'm gonna very quickly, I just selected 4 or 5 slides to very quickly went through it because it's the topic of the discussion. So this is EuropaBON's proposal for a EU Biodiversity Observation Coordination Center. The vision is that such a center should help the EU to coordinate a European biodiversity observation network, which is made of observations, data simulation methods, models, knowledge and capacity building efforts to deliver more up-to-date information of what we have today on a set of EBPs that are targeting policy objectives, so really to fit policy needs. And this is actually where we see the change of the originality of this EBOC. We wanted to help the European Union and also the national authorities to deepen the policy perspective, not only from assessments, as it's presently done. In many cases, it's expert judgment or qualitative assessments, down to information and data. Now we have the power and the capacities to do so. We think that with that, we will ensure a better coherence across sectors and a much more efficient data collection and reuse.
There are key principles for this EBOC, for this coordination center. It should be permanent and institutionalized close to the policy needs, as I said before. An important aspect of this proposal is that the European Center is closely linked to national biodiversity monitoring hubs, and we will have in the panel representatives from Biodiversa Plus that will highlight this topic. We want to engage all knowledge holders, not only the institutional ones, but everybody that is involved in the data collection or the data handling. Build, of course, on existing schemes, networks, and infrastructures. We defend a hybrid governance that I will present in one of the next slides, and work for managers and policymakers. So basically, the objective of EBOC is to fill the weakest part of this chain from data to knowledge for policymakers. It was presented several times. There are steps on data collection, then on data integration, on modeling to build the essential biodiversity variables cubes that are comparable, and then finally derive policy relevant indicators. So with this center, we want to unlock the hidden potential of existing data for tracked biodiversity. So work a lot on the data integration and make the workflow flow. And also plug the holes, so fill really the gaps on the monitoring schemes that are presently going on. So the first step here. And these are the key functions that the center should pursue. First of all, well, it was the result of a wide consultation of 2 years, so there were hundreds and hundreds of tasks proposed. This is the prioritization only of the most urgent and relevant. The center should work a lot on coordination and support functions for stakeholders. We should help coordinate member states and institutions, but also engage with all these other external knowledge holders and work a lot on capacity building. This is very much demanded. The core technical tasks are technical functions, starting with the mobilization, integration, and harmonization of data sets. Of course, this requires data infrastructures and tools, but we want to build on what is out there and just connect them and help them enhance. This requires the development of policies for data access and sharing, and also we want to foster the improvement, the expansion of the monitoring network in Europe. So improving the sampling designs and also the standardization of those. And finally, there should be functions on the analysis and the final exploitation of all this information, passing through statistical analysis, gap analysis, modeling, and visualization, always with the focus of the policy uses, and to ensure the fair principles, justice, and transparency. And this is how we visualize the structure: a central secretariat, very close together, I mean, working closely together with the EU institutions and agencies. So that's the central part of it, while the decentralized part is all the actors that are actually collecting and mobilizing data. The national biodiversity hubs, the external knowledge providers like transnational NGOs and platforms coordinating monitoring, and also the international organizations and data infrastructures. All of them based on EBB per EBB, the thematic hub of those communities. And internally, a secretariat, a general secretariat, can absorb the technical and the tactical and the operational roles. The strategy should be driven by an executive or general assembly, closely advised by all the people involved in this structure, who form the technical and stakeholders advisory board. And the secretariat should also be helped by the data governance and ethical committee and all the specialists and implementers from the thematic hub. And yeah, these were all the slides that I had for the recap. Thank you very much for those that listened to the presentation twice. Yeah. Okay.
So next up is Thornur Larsen, who is the manager of the European Topic Center for Biodiversity and Ecosystems, and he's based at the Norwegian Institute of Water Research, where he's the Deputy Chief Executive Officer.
Hey, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for inviting me to speak here. I'll give a brief introduction of what the European Topic Center on Biodiversity and Ecosystems is, and then I'll point to, as several others have done now, how there is clear links, maybe some overlaps, connection points between our center and EBOC. So the topic center is, it's not a permanent physical center, it's a consortium of 24 partners. Lucrezia mentioned the ETC setup the EEA has in the presentation about IONET in the morning. We work with terrestrial, freshwater and marine systems. We started in January 2023, so we are relatively new as in this consortium. However, it's a long tradition for this ETC setup, and this ETC on biodiversity and ecosystems, it comes from, it's a merger topic-wise of two earlier ETCs. And I want to mention this especially because I think there is a lot of learning in what has happened there actually, which is also very relevant for you and for EBOC. Before, it was two ETCs, one focused on inland, coastal and marine waters, one focused on biodiversity. As all of you know, it has been mentioned many times, there's actually also biodiversity living in water. So this is a little bit of a strange setup. It has been silos on biodiversity that has been rather terrestrial in its in what they were doing. But it hasn't been said that that was actually what was supposed to happen. So I think topic-wise, this merger is interesting. By doing that, there is also a lot of interesting observations on how different research and expert groups in the different realms are working quite differently. So that has been quite useful, a useful experience. So the ETCs, that's partnerships with the EA, supporting with the expertise and capacity. So it's kind of the research arm of the EA, while IONET is kind of the arm to the countries. There are 7 ETCs at the moment, where the biodiversity and ecosystems one is the largest and most complex. The others are on circular economy, on climate change adaptation, mitigation. This one on data integration. It's one on human health and environment. And it's one more exploratory one on sustainability transitions. I want to congratulate the EuropaBON project with your achievements. I think you have made really a big impact, both in terms of research, development of the EBVs, pushing it to be highly relevant, and I think now is on the agenda for the future, being referenced to in many of the new Horizon projects that will be called, and this session's main topic, the EBOC proposal, I also think is a product you should be very proud of. So congratulations about that. And I've been reading the report carefully, of course, and I think I'm very happy to see there's even a picture of myself, a beautiful picture of myself in their report. I think, but that was definitely a highlight for me. No. I will say a little bit more about the topic center. As I said, a partnership with EA. We contribute to the development of an up-to-date knowledge base, very much through working with data flows, indicators, and using data for assessments in order to follow up how policy is implemented. So a very important, say, special feature of the ETC is that everything we do is very motivated by the policy processes. So we are not just collecting data because we want to collect data. It's always strictly, say, limited to data used in a policy process. Collaboration with the IONET countries is a very important part of the work. And we have seen this figure. I took this from Anna's presentation yesterday, but I think it illustrates very nicely how both the IONET with the national focal points and the national data points collaborate with EEA. So the first figure shows how data are collected
nationally, and the second one, how EA collects data with help of the ETC from the countries. It's all linked to policy, as I said. So it's always about data as a basis for tracking progress towards policy implementation. Working on basically all the underlying and relevant policies and directives in a cycle, depending on where in the process the different policies are. So it's very much data-driven assessments. I said terrestrial, freshwater, and marine. I think that's very important to highlight. There are links to climate change, climate mitigation. We work a lot on cumulative drivers. That was a question earlier today. How do we link to drivers? So I think we have a nice setup of tools in DTC, especially on the marine side, on cumulative effects related to drivers. We also do some socioeconomic related assessments. I would wish it was more. There's also always a budget competition between the have to do data streams and assessments and forecasts and so on. So to the question, how can the ETC contribute to EBOC and maybe also vice versa? Again, the feature of links to policy drivers and our competence there, I think, is highly relevant, both on the content of the different policies, directives, and so on, but also the timelines. What data are useful and needed at what time? That increase the impact when the users of the data see the relevance. We do work on standards, both on observation methods, especially on data flows. Maybe we can contribute something on dashboards, and definitely something around validation and quality checks. Maybe something related to scale-up, interpolation, extrapolation methods, some experience there. And maybe something on reporting guidance as well. So to be a little bit more specific, I took the table 4 from the report and took a closer look at what was highlighted in green, high priority and urgent. And we'll comment on how the ETC is linked to this. The first one about coordination and support coordination between member states and institutions. I think the role we have here under the EA linked to the countries through IONET is one important and interesting feature that is useful to build on. Second one, collaborate and engage with external knowledge holders. Of course, we have a small piece of that in the big picture, but certainly relevant, both with the network we are serving, but also the participants in the consortium. With our 24 partners, we cover a decent amount of European knowledge institutions. Of course, still only a small fraction. The next point related to capacity building on data exchange, analysis, and standardization. We certainly have competencies and do quite a bit on work related to that in collaboration and with the countries, collecting data, the quality assurance processes, and so on is, I'm sure, useful insight and experiences to bring also into the EBOC. Then I jump to the box on data collection, mobilization, integration, and sharing. First one, data mobilization, integration, and harmonization. Again, where the ETC support data collection and harmonization for the data that we are involved with and deal with. Again, of course, only a small fraction of all the data out there, but a highly relevant piece of set of data, since it comes from the countries and it are linked to policy processes. Second one, improved sampling designs and standardization of data collection. We don't do much on sampling design. I think others do that. But we can support, or we do have expertise on supporting data collection, standardization, and data flows, and so on. Data 3, data infrastructure and tools. DTC supports development and maintenance of tools such as the WISE and BICE, the water and biodiversity information systems, which I think is definitely useful tools to look closer into and maybe build on. And the final point here, develop data access and data sharing policies. Again, some support, some experience here through the tools, WISE, BICE, and so on. To the last part here, analysis and reporting to support stakeholders. First one, modeling, statistical analysis, visualization. We do some modeling and statistical analysis, some important expertise there as well, and also some relevance on supporting some visualization. So a touch of relevant aspects here. The green one in the middle there, gap analysis, both on monitor data and on information. DTC, indirectly at least, do show some gaps, for instance, data from missing countries that I will quickly come back to. And again, for the last part on fair principles and transparency and so on, again, I think the work through the information systems is a useful piece of expertise we have. Again, borrowed one of Anna's slides from yesterday. I think this is, first of all, it's an impressive piece of work that has been done over a long time to develop this particular EBV. But actually, I took the illustration or the picture to illustrate, I guess, what we all think is very frustrating with these blank countries on the map. And even with something so standardized as this is supposed to be, we have these big white and gray countries. This is just one example. I think all the maps we have seen today have blank countries, and I think that's it's a big pity, and it will be great when EBOC solves that problem. So that's it basically. To summarize very quickly, we definitely has workflows relevant for EBOC. Our closeness to the policy processes, I think, is a highly valuable piece of information to bring into EBOC. The close cooperation with the countries through IONET is useful. Of course, still challenging with data coverage for everyone, for all of us. And of course, there are also so many good data collected outside the official data streams that would also be very useful to have more data into these data streams we are working with. So with that, thanks for the attention so far, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Dorian. We will now move to the next speaker and member of the panel. That's Petteri. I don't know where he is. Yes. So Petteri Vihervaara, he's one of the work package leaders in Biodiversity Plus. In particular, he leads the work package dealing with biodiversity monitoring, where a lot of efforts go to the setup of national biodiversity monitoring hubs. He is a research professor also on biodiversity and ecosystem services, and he's responsible for the Finnish Ecosystems Observatory. So all these initiatives link very much with the EBOC. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. How can I switch the slides just going forward here?
Yeah.
Arrow, yeah. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I will give you a quick introduction for Biodiversity Plus, what it is and what we are aiming for, and what is the collaboration opportunities for the EPOC, as well as other key initiatives. So let's start with this picture. So EuropaBON has been a really driving force for developing these biodiversity monitoring networks and the EBVs for a long time already. And one of the recent initiatives have been to try to push forward the GBIOS Global Biodiversity Observation System, which is building on national biodiversity observation networks as bonds. What I could imagine that very much Biodiversity Plus is trying to support also on European scale to really engage these national biodiversity observation networks to get enforced for this collaboration for the European scale collaboration. And the EuropaBON is of course a project, but hopefully also a community which continues after the project ends under the umbrella of the GeoBON altogether. So we are working on this local level with really hands-on of steering, guiding and supporting biodiversity monitoring schemes. So maybe Biodiversity Plus is common for you from the previous frameworks when it was basically only research funding network. But for this new Biodiversity Plus season 21-28, the number of partners has been doubled. And in addition to the founding agencies, there are also ministries of environment and environmental protection agencies involved in this new network. So approximately half of the partners are representing these long-term biodiversity monitoring entities from the different countries. Altogether, 41 countries involved at the moment and 83 partners, and the number is slowly increasing, and there are still gaps in the map. Also in Europe, some countries are not members yet. Funding is quite significant. It looks wonderful, over 800 million euros for the 7 years, but it's a little bit complex system. It has both in-kind money from the partners themselves, like ministries of environment, who are pooling the investments for the biodiversity monitoring. And on top of that, European Commission is giving 30% of the fresh money for the system, which is then supporting both operational team, partially these work package 2 biodiversity monitoring activities. Part of that goes for the research calls still, and part of that goes back to the partners, to the national level, which is expected to be used to really improve, fill the gaps, harmonize the biodiversity monitoring schemes and make them more interoperable with these European systems. So it's like both directions operating slow machine, which is really, it's complex, and it has been really a tricky challenge with all the financial administrators to understand what this new machine means and how it should be operated. So now I think after 3 years, we have more or less rather good understanding among our partners and the third parties who are participating to some of the activities to understand how this machine could be used for the improved biodiversity monitoring in Europe. Biodiversity Plus is a rather large network. There are a lot of other topics as well. So the first one on the top of that is really focusing for the research funding. The one in the box is focusing for biodiversity monitoring activities. That's the work package 2. Then we have also one particular work package for nature-based solutions, one for international collaboration, one for integration with the policy and research innovation programs. And on the top of that, operational team dealing with communications and all kind of supporting, enabling services for this network. In this work package 2, we have a different tasks, which has subtasks. So there are plenty of subtask leaders in our network. Basically, we start from the left and trying to go to the right, starting with priority indicator setting, working with the harmonization of protocols, methods, databases, trying to study how novel technologies or novel systems or methods could be used for support biodiversity monitoring. Also, citizen science is important element. And then finally demonstrate also the use cases of the biodiversity data. So very much similar what we heard about EuropaBON yesterday already, what has been done there. And then on top of that, we have a particular work package or task 2.6 focusing for different pilots, which a little bit more information will follow later. And finally, the ultimate aim is to really, based on all these different steps, to build up a European network of transnational biodiversity monitoring schemes, building on bottom up, and also to support epoch plans and vision as much as possible. But just to say one more thing is that this is not only EU member states, we have also some members which are not EU members and also outside of the Europe. So there's also this kind of pan-European coverage with our members. So a little bit wider in that sense. There are a lot of publications available. I recommend to visit on Biodiversa webpage and go to the library, or you can go to the biodiversity monitoring activities and scroll down. You will find the publications which are done so far. Not spending more time with that. And then this is one of our graphical illustrations that was also supporting this design of the governance structure of the epoch. So here we are really paying attention for these national hubs, which should be emerging every country. And in the Caminos picture, that was the left upper bullet or bubble that was representing these national networks. So we are working with this concept, how we can support emerging of these national hubs and what kind of functions they should have, what kind of operational modes they should be playing in this future emerging biodiversity monitoring landscape. So this is continuing work. Then we have been also dealing with thematic networks. This is again similar to what EuropaBON has been also doing. So anyway, we are trying to approach these communities also from through our networks. We think that also these national ministries of environment, EPAs, should be aware of the activities going on in their country with different thematic networks, so that they can support and give also opportunities for these networks to bring the expertise and data for this big collaboration together. And actually at the moment, there's an open survey for mapping biodiversity monitoring communities, which you can hopefully find through these links afterwards. So please answer to that question to Guillaume. When is the deadline for the survey? Okay. Okay, good, it continues. Then about these pilots. So in the beginning, we had a quite big pot of this fresh money, and we were thinking that how should we start using that without having really this machine and the understanding with the partners and third parties and anyone that what could be done. So we really started from the scratch, and we thought that if we could demonstrate collaboration across the borders and with different countries for species monitoring schemes, some habitat monitoring schemes, some transversal monitoring schemes, it might give us more flesh around the bones, what could be done, and we might learn from these kind of practical experiences. So we started with the first wave of the pilots, invasive alien species, soil biodiversity, and then governance structure pilot. And quite nice number of countries participated in these pilots. And reports of them are available, midterm reports from the first two ones, as they are still continuing, and the governance pilot report is available from the webpage. And now we continue to work with the 3 more pilots. They are working with also marine-related species monitoring, rocky reef fish monitoring, then automated monitoring of birds, bats, and nocturnal insects. This is very much of these novel technologies, how it could be support traditional methods. And then one more focusing for remote sensing applications to map ecosystem extent condition, special focus with grasslands and wetland habitats. That's in collaboration also with, for example, these other initiatives in Europe like EEA is doing, and then there's this grassland initiative also ongoing. In addition to those, we have been discussing to start a new task force which tries to support with the tool, which helps to map all the different monitoring schemes across the different countries. BioDash is the name for that, and it's planned to be continued until the end of the operations 28. And then we have been discussing about the third waves of pilot, but actually I just got an idea that maybe it might be useful to discuss if there's this epoch pilot starting and they would like to deal with some EBVs, maybe there could be some synergies that the third wave of the pilots could actually maybe be really closely collaborating with this epoch pilot to try to test collecting this kind of data what this epoch pilot might need to have. So that might be like a new element to discuss a bit more, or it could be just continuing and getting more experience from the other topics which are our priorities. So our partners together, they have defined 12 different state variable priorities which they are working and also which they are investing money at the moment. So they often have some kind of policy demand behind where this data is needed, and that's not the optimal from the EBV point of view, but it's quite practical approach what is done already. So we're trying to build on that and then understand how to fill the gaps. Finally, this is the big picture of this long-term endeavor. So it's going to be 7 years altogether. We started with really setting the scheme and mapping the landscape. Then now we are in this very extensive collaboration period. We have rather good understanding where we are trying to aim for. And then we are already preparing to start for this third and the last installment of the 3 years. So next fall, next winter is the time when we have to write an updated work plan for this last 3 years. And the ultimate aims is that in the end of the collaboration, hopefully there are emerging new national biodiversity monitoring coordination centers established, and the relationship to EPOC are defined. We have been also discussing that we really need to support this European community of biodiversity monitoring, and biodiversity scientists maybe supporting with a conference, maybe hopefully organized together with other networks. Then we are also, of course, making this cost benefit analysis, because money is everything what runs this kind of programs and the operations. So it's important to understand how much, for example, it costs if you would like to upscale and make a long-term monitoring schemes building on these pilots and experiences what we are gathering. So that's in the nutshell what we are doing. So thank you very much for your attention.
Maybe you have questions, but you'll have the opportunity to ask them during the second phase when we'll discuss all together. And then our next speaker is Joe Miller, who's the director of GB. He's a researcher who spent the majority of his career at the Australian National Herbarium, and he joined GB after a 5-year tenure at the US National Science Foundation.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. I, of course, have been following EuropaBON, but not as closely as Tim has, because Tim has, for GBIF, been on the advisory panel. So yesterday was really clarifying. It brought a lot of things together for me, which I found very useful. And I think the message I want to say is that it's bold, because we need bold action. That number that was put out on the slides is big because it needs to be big. And we need to be addressing these serious biodiversity issues with serious projects. And I'm appreciate being involved with this. So what is GBIF? I do a quick overview of GBIF. I want to hit on the main points that Tim hit yesterday with a little bit more the description of them. So GBIF is an intergovernmental organization. So the nations of the world 25 years ago, a subset of them got together to build GBIF as an infrastructure of people and data for biodiversity, science, and policy. So GBIF was built by your taxpayer money to do the things that we do, and we want to use that system within EBOC. That's why we're here. So our goal is to provide anyone, anywhere, open access about all types of data on Earth. We are recognized as a global core biodata resource. So as Tim mentioned yesterday, today news items are going out announcing our strategic joint strategy and action plan with OBIS. This will be live on the GBIF data on the website soon. It's already live on OBIS. But you can see the links there to a joint strategy and action plan, because we're all in this together. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and we're going to coordinate to make this even more efficient. And I please invite you to join the webinars that will be on June 13th. There'll be 2 of them so we can cover the globe. So when I say GBIF, it's everybody. It's GBIF, it's OBIS, it's all of us working together with the data. So, however, there are some nations that are part of the GBIF network and some that aren't. So here is a map of Europe. In green are the voting participants in GBIF, and the blue are the associate participants. And we use a Europe and Central Asia map for this region of the world. So we have fantastic participation from many countries in Europe, very strong nodes. In other parts of Europe, we do have data flows, but not with the national participation. We really need to build this network throughout Asia. And of course, we're trying to build this network around the world. And we have currently 60, I think it's 65 nations that are part of our governance structure. And we need nations at the table of our government structure to advise us on how to meet the goals, especially around the global biodiversity framework. So if you've heard Tim and me speak in the last couple of years, you've probably seen this slide. So this is how we generally describe the GBIF data value chain. On the left is where the types of data and where they come from, the center, kind of the infrastructure that we run in Copenhagen, and then how the data is used on the right. And I'll step through these three components with a little bit of focus on Europe. So on the create side, which GBIF started from the natural history community, but now, of course, our largest data flow are from observations, and now we're getting large data flows from machine-derived data, camera traps, environmental DNA are the future data, the current and future large data flows. And these are coming from many different places, and also from agencies and ministries, of which we are talking about here these 2 days. And member state data is critical from the EU. And what this part of the value chain is really we coordinate and help from the secretary, but it's the national nodes that make this possible. They're on the ground with the connections to the data publishers. And that's what we really want to build out, or this open data network in all European states, so that we can have this expertise connected to where the data is. And the national nodes really support that. And previous slides here with EBOC show the national biodiversity node system. We really need to have the GBIF node be part of that system, so they're working together, maybe even the same people, the same organization, so that data expertise is with the data itself. And one example of that is the data. I didn't mention this, but the open licenses, of course, are critical in data standards. And of course, we use Darwin Core standards, but we're on a multi-year effort, and it's an effort that probably will never end, to improve our data model, because we need to be adapting to the latest data that's available, and make not only the data that's available, but make it available in formats that are applicable to the biodiversity challenges we face. And one of the major ones we're working on now is the Darwin Core Humboldt extension. So this is really focused on survey and monitoring data, which we is the focus of these 2 days. Whoops. And these are, currently GBIF data model takes this data and puts it as an event, kind of strips out the richness of the data. But with our new data model, we're able to keep this data richness. And I've been working with the Humboldt extension group from Tadwig, close combination with the community, to develop systems to mobilize and publish data that are very complex, like the event up in the top corner. We saw from Daniel's slide yesterday, then also from the butterfly one today, some of these data formats, the data sets are very complex, and we want to keep that data complexity richness in GBIF so that it can be used. And this is a large focus of our secretariat and whole network actions this year and moving forward. So, and then the center part of it, of course, is the infrastructure that we maintain in Copenhagen. And what this allows us is standard data flows from GBIF to EBOC. Okay, this can be a source for input information into the EBVs, subsets, whatever subsets needed for an EBV can be focused through our infrastructure. And want to mention the data cubes, especially here, because there is a meeting happening this week of the B Cube, the data cube project, EU sponsored project, which we're developing the mechanisms for developing data cubes from GBIF data based on the models presented from the grant. So this is something that's going to be, we're going to have demos of this. I need to get an update when I get back to the secretariat, but this summer we'll have the first data cubes coming out of GBIF. So this is something that obviously we want to flow into EBOC. And also from that last slide, there are also, GBIF is a big data lake. We have many different sources of data. Like I said, some of the occurrences. We also have information about collections. We have information on taxonomy. So what we can do here is actually pull out different subsets of the data and provide a visualization of the data for a particular user of the data. And this is something we call the GBIF hosted portal. These are a couple examples that are just using the data, but within a framework which is pretty easy to use, but it also is robust and doesn't cost anything for someone to use this. So it's reducing the infrastructure costs for users of GBIF data. And this is the transform, so the use of GBIF data and for research and policy. Every day, six peer-reviewed publications are published using GBIF data. This is the rate at the beginning of the year with many different data being used in many different thematic areas such as conservation, climate. So the biggest use of GBIF data is modeling species distributions given climate scenarios. But more importantly, maybe for this group is policy. And we've really tried to move the focus toward data for policy in our current strategic framework. So, excuse me, I know I've left out many things on this slide, but I've tried to put in some of the European initiatives and how it would map onto this policy framework. For example, in the blue in the lower center, we have many EU directives that would be making use of GBIF flows of data. This could be done such as through the restoration law, directives, strategies, the European Green Deal, but also different types of instruments are being created with GBIF mediated data such as EBVs and key biodiversity areas can be created from GBIF data. And there are many delivery mechanisms globally, but also within Europe. And of course, Biodiversa Plus, which we just heard about, Horizon researchers using GBIF data, and of course, EBOC, there was just one C, but EBOC will be certainly a very important next generation delivery mechanisms for GBIF data. So I want to spend the rest of the talk talking about GBIF nodes, and I think we have touched about this. So GBIF is just not the Secretariat in Copenhagen. That's probably a minor component of it, especially in the discussions today, because we have the data expertise are at the national level and have the networking within the national level in order to make the connections to make the data flow. And this is critical to GBIF success. So the role of the GBIF nodes are to coordinate the communities, to promote data mobilization, encourage the use of the data products available in GBIF, and most importantly, provide that expertise on data management. And these are the things that we've been talking about over the last 2 days. So what is the relevance to GBIF, from GBIF to EBOC? I think hopefully it's clear. We have within this national network expertise on data mobilization, integration, and harmonization. And I also took you beat me to it, of table 4 from the outputs, and my visualization isn't as elegant as yours, but thinking about the GBIF national nodes and what they can provide. We have strong national nodes in Europe. We have other countries that don't have national nodes that we're going to continue to work on to bring. Can we bring them to the GBIF network, provide that expertise, and expand these small nodes into many more people? Because the scale we're talking about here is 1 or 2 people at a national node data experts is not enough, but it's the start of this. So I just pointed out these 3 areas in which are high urgency and high relevance. And these are areas where the GBIF node now is active, and we could amplify this in this next stage of EBOC to find a proof of principle, proof of the data flows from data that's not currently being used all the way into EBVs. And there's another meeting that's happening this week in Zagreb, Croatia. It's our node managers. So we have about 25 node managers who are meeting in Zagreb to talk about this very issue. And I think even this afternoon, they're having a session on how they can work together to provide coordination at a regional level within the European region. So this is on our mindset. It's on the mindset of the national nodes. So it's great synergy that's happening here. So we can support EBOC through developing guidelines and standardization, strengthening connections, especially at the national level for data mobilization, and of course, the GBIF infrastructure itself for coordinating data flows into the EBVs. And I'm very much looking forward to working with you to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. I think you can already pass. We invite our panelists and Isabel Sosa as well to join us in the panel here.
we thought about starting with a question from us, from me and Camina. Like my first question is so involves all of you. It's like all of you have been working with or trying to work with national nodes and maybe member states for your work. So my question is, what are some of the ways for effectively engaging member state institutions or agencies as nodes or partners in large-scale monitoring or data aggregation efforts? And what are some of the challenges?
Okay, I can make one point at least that someone touched upon it earlier. I don't exactly remember who, but it was maybe from Slovenia commented from the audience that the data need to be useful for the work that agency or even that person in the country have to do anyway. So, of course, then that has a lot to do with alignment to policy and policy cycles again. But find ways to make the setup be a support and not an extra burden on the poor person who is busy enough as it is. At least that's one hook that could make it more efficient and easier to get what we all want to collect.
Yeah. Hello. So I guess I'm lucky. I get to go to a lot of meetings, and both virtually and in person. And especially the last 2 years, I hear a lot of people and scientists from my time as a researcher. Everybody wants their data that they provide to be relevant and do something, because we're all critically alarmed about our changing world. And giving agency to people that have the data by connecting them to this global system is what we're trying to do in GBA. And when we do that, that provides immense benefit, because you have some very wonderfully engaged people once they become part of a network and have some outlet for providing their data. So we see that all over the world, countries, whether they're in GBA or not, when they get kind of connected to this global network. And this is not GBA, it's all of us in biodiversity data. So one thing I would really like to see is get the people that are currently in Croatia in the same room with the people who have the data in your ministries, and just leave them alone for a week and let them come up and work together about how to get that data from the systems into the standards, so that it can be shared and they can see how that data is being used. Let's work on getting people in the same room that have that expertise. And I think very good things will happen.
Yeah. Add something also from this national point of view. So in our case, we have been investing some fundings to really our partners to organize national workshops to bring together different monitoring networks. And it has been quite surprising that actually there are, in many countries, people doesn't know very well how the different networks are operating. So like in Finland, it has been quite surprising. There have been 86 different species related monitoring schemes mapped in Finland, and most of them are not aware of each other. So there's not really coordination between the networks. And I think that's one thing what could be maybe supported with this kind of capacity building and providing the data services, which are then offering support for all the different monitoring schemes.
Thank you very much. So
maybe I can say something from the scientific, no, because this was, I think, not for me really, because there's, but I think from the scientific community, we were not supposed to be the ones doing the monitoring, but I think in the end, a lot of the monitoring is doing, and I think we can see this as, you know, we also need for our research of long-term data sets. So so I think there should be also rethink maybe the place of researchers and research organizations really in the monitoring exercise. Maybe they could also be officially doing some of the monitoring and not just the operational national non-research institutions. I think this is something that we should think about, because in practice this is what's happening. But of course, we are not funded to do this kind of thing. Maybe there is also a place for the scientific community to really be doing the monitoring officially.
Just 1 second. I was gonna announce, I have another short question for our panelists, but warm up, because the next hour, or I don't know how much time do we have, is for the audience to go. So I will make a short question here, and then yeah, all of you are invited to provide questions to our panelists. Or actually, remember the topic of the discussion today is what benefits the EBOC can bring, and how can we all contribute to EBOC. So any comments on that are more than welcome. My question is just a follow-up, because Joe already described quite well what the connection with the GBIF national nodes can be, and the EBOC. And I wanted to dig a bit more into the EURnet. I mean, how do you envision the connection of this EBOC with the EURnet focal points and with the universal plans farms, if you have a particular practical idea?
Okay, maybe if I start. So for my understanding, this EURnet is really crucial. They are excellent network and good experts. But anyway, it has been maybe different processes in different countries how they are nominating EURnet experts. So for example, some countries are maybe not putting the person who is in charge of biodiversity monitoring, even though that's representing the country in the EURnet. So I think it's important network, one person per country, but it should be supported with other thematic experts and like a wider community with GBIF nodes and biodiversa collaborators and also this kind of different monitoring networks. So at least in that point of view.
I think you're right. It's quite different how it's implemented in different countries. Some countries has a quite large pool of experts and centralized in the agency, and maybe even it's the same person or at least the same group or in the agency that's actually the data node for looking at Lucrecia, and she's nodding, so then what I'm saying is probably okay. That also has the responsibility both for biodiversa and GBIF and EURnet, and I think if you are in that situation, that is probably good. It may be a danger in that setup that we get some blind zones as well, because everything will be focused on, again, on some policy streams, but and maybe a challenge with that, if it's very officially driven, for instance, by, like it is in Norway, the Norwegian Environment Agency, what's happening at the universities, especially, that's kind of outside the, say, policy-driven data stream, that is more easily lost. So again, it's some good sides and bad sides with all models, I guess.
Yeah, incentives are good, and incentives from funders are even better usually. And I think we have started something with this latest round of the Biodiversa Plus. We in the workshops last month in Helsinki and Tallinn, to introduce the new Biodiversa Plus projects and introduce them to GBIF. And then later on, I believe we do have training courses scheduled so that those projects that are developing this important monitoring data know how to get it into the open data system. So working together with the funders is critical.
Maybe now from the marine perspective, because, you know, for instance, in biodiversa, it's not always that the same agencies really do the marine part and the terrestrial part and freshwater. So sometimes when we see the Ministry of Environment, not, for instance, in Portugal, most of this is not done by the Ministry of Environment. We have, well, especially when we have a marine Minister of the Sea. So I think this is also needs to be also considered when you really want to bring all the marine, freshwater, and terrestrial realms. And now again about OBIS. So we're talking about GBIF nodes, and OBIS does not have as many national nodes, but has a European node. So in that aspect, for EBOC, maybe it's a bit more well, easier. But of course, I think then in the future, maybe see how the GBIF and OBIS nodes could really collaborate. It would be also a good thing.
Pass to the audience. I don't know what the box is.
There was a. Yeah, I think you had a question.
Yes. An observation, actually. I'm Francesca Cagnacci, EuroMamas and Fondazione MAF. I would really like to commend your words about using data of research as well. I would say for EBOC, you know, I saw that there is a box that is quite generic on data flows and networking and initiatives. And because of the urgency of having a comprehensive idea of biodiversity, I think we should really try to get data from wherever they come, and trying to maybe reconcile a structure, a governance, which of course totally makes sense, with also those initiatives like the ones that have been presented this morning on birds, on butterflies, Armenian marine mammals, and marine features in general. Not to waste that information. And also there is a place for technology, because all of this, the research domains have developed a huge amount of new technologies in the last 20 years that allow to obtain dynamic data flows, tracking data, acoustic sensors, camera trapping, and these really provide a quick dynamic of how things change. So yeah, I think that would be amazing if EBOC could represent a hub also for such initiatives. And so it's not really a question, but I don't know if someone would like to comment, I would really appreciate that.
Totally, that's very much welcome. Let's, if you can throw it back to generic there.
Thanks a lot, Jan-Erik Petersen, European Environment Agency. I just wanted to pick up on a couple of themes and take a wider perspective. That's partly what I do in my work, and I think it's very relevant here. Just in relation to IONET. IONET is a function of what the European Environment Agency is meant to do. And our primary task is not to compile biodiversity monitoring data. Our primary task is to report on state of environment on the basis of data collected at member state level and reporting under legal obligations back to Europe. And so there's only one IONET group where there is an active discussion on how to design sort of a monitoring setup, and that's the land cover, land use monitoring, you know, combined, associated initially to green land cover, now to Copernicus. And so this is where an area where we have also concrete implementation. I've personally utilized the IONET network to understand habitat monitoring in countries. So obviously we have a biodiversity monitoring IONET group. We can absolutely take up this theme, but as people have observed here, form follows function. So if biodiversity monitoring is the responsibility of the countries, then we need to find a mechanism which connects the countries. IONET can do that. If we want to have biodiversity monitoring that is comparable across Europe, then we do need European standardization. This is where EBOC, but also existing bodies like the European Environment Agency are very helpful. And so that's my second theme. I think it's excellent that we got this far. I, as an analyst, extremely grateful to research efforts in terms of analysis, partial data, to the citizen science that compile data in their voluntary time. But we need to recognize that if we continue down this road, we have early wins, we have significant progress, but do we reach the target of the kind of biodiversity data that we need to make biodiversity count for policy, in policy implementation, and to make biodiversity count for economic actors? So that's the big target. And I want to compare it to LULUCF monitoring, climate change. There we have burden sharing between countries in the sense of ensuring that we achieve emission reductions and also emissions lock up in carbon in vegetation and soils. That's the purpose of the LULUCF regulation, to monitor whether we reach these targets. It matters to countries because they have bound themselves to targets, and they have to justify themselves if they don't reach these targets. To be able to monitor them, there's a team of around 20 people now at the agency, established over the last 3 years. So, if you want to have European standardization and you want to have data that can inform policy debates and potentially inform funding flows, data need to be comparable and they need to be collected according to standards that are as unified as possible. So it's fantastic if we make progress that is based more bottom up, but we also need to not to lose sight of the longer term goal to have substantially better biodiversity data that we can then potentially tie to where cohesion fund money goes, what kind of programs cohesion funds can support, and how we monitor the success of. So there is various steps that all are success, but the ultimate success requires a bigger effort than joining forces in a voluntary manner. Last point. Research is really important. And again, many scientists contribute their own time to actually raising awareness on biodiversity and compiling data on how biodiversity is doing. Research is important also in the medical field. Without good medical research, we don't know about treatments, but we implement it through a network of hospitals and doctors. So the same goes for farming management. Research is important to understand how we can better manage farming's impact on the environment. But we have a network of advisory services, control systems, etc., to ensure standards being followed. So we need to think about this model. We cannot rely on research alone or volunteers alone. We need to have a substantive investment, as EBOC proposal has shown, $500 million in that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan-Erik. I think we have quite a common goal. Enrique raised his hand before.
I just wanted to ask or have some reflection from panel members on the issue of how we ensure that whatever we create is just not going to increase the expression of my colleague is always using the transaction costs between things. There is another organism that is just working as a in between thing and really not helping doing the work. Because there's a lot of and we have all these partners participating in all these activities. What do you think are the key ingredients that we don't just have another overhead on this landscape and we add something that is really fair?
Shall we summarize this question? It was very difficult. We could barely hear this.
Work. Okay. How do we create an EBOC that contributes effectively to increase biodiversity monitoring in Europe? And it's not only another middle
organization in between different organizations. It just adds to the overhead. That was my question. Okay, maybe I can start first and colleagues will continue. So from our point of view, it's quite obvious that there's a lot of this kind of development going on countries already on a national level. So there's a lot of demand for piracy data, also at the local level, by municipalities, by private companies, different NGOs. They would like to get the high quality piracy data, also research teams. But that data has not been available. This EPB approach that was presented yesterday, that's okay, different level of the approach, but there's a lot of piracy data on the local level below this, where we need this kind of national data infrastructures and national coordination to mobilize that data for those who need it. And on a national scale or subnational scale, that has been often a good selling argument that we need to invest for this kind of system where the data is available, because there's so much use for this data across the society. So in that sense, I think that if we are able to develop this kind of hubs or national centers which serve also these national customers, they can easily support also getting that data available on European level, or if there's some guidance top down coming to collect EBV data across to Europe, maybe these are then the key coordinators to mobilize this data collection across the different countries, also for some centralized European system. So in that sense, I wouldn't be so afraid of preparing an extra layer on top of everything. And I think it's important that there's this kind of bigger picture for bigger analysis for European-wide investments and so on. But there are also a lot of needs on the local level that needs to be served.
My go-to answer for that question doesn't fit exactly, but I would talk about data attribution. So during this whole value chain of data collection, data management, the development of EBVs, reporting, all of that, if the attribution of everyone's time and effort and the data is acknowledged and stays with the data through the whole process, that gives a little bit more agency to the different processes, so that they see the value of this entire chain that includes the EBAC on the top of it, which is providing the EVDs and reporting.
I think I will come back to what I tried to say earlier about the usefulness for several purposes at the same time. So it's if one can hunt for the win-win situations where different organizations at different levels are supported in doing the job they have to do by supporting data flows or methods or validation, or even supporting with arguments in national budget processes. That would be a win-win, and then maybe easier to come one step further.
Well, I think I would like to support this, because I think one thing that this EBOC could do is actually to increase the number of even agencies. Not all the countries really have this monitoring, biodiversity monitoring that we should have, even at the government level. And this can be made so much easier if you already have really a framework that they can connect with. So I think, yeah, I think you need to be careful not to make just another layer, but I think this can really connect existing layers and really make them work much better, and also help to really get more monitoring going, not just organize what exists already.
Yeah, can I ask a question? I'm very interested in the discussion today and yesterday, and I think that the vision we have for EPOC is great. I very much support it. And I guess today, each of our speakers, you've been asked to describe how you would contribute to EPOC going forward. But I suppose it also makes me think, in a European level, we kind of have a jigsaw puzzle, and we almost have too many jigsaw pieces to make a puzzle that makes sense. So one could turn this around completely to think about, you know, what elements do we have across Europe in these different areas? What elements would you need to make a perfect system that delivered, you know, really coordinated, coherent, you know, make the best use of networks to deliver, you know, really good biodiversity monitoring in Europe. So, you know, if you were building a car, you have to say, well, you know, how many doors do we need? How many windows, wheels, and so on? So you could turn this question right around to say, well, what are the design elements, the essential elements we need to build a perfect system of feedback going forward, rather than say, I know we haven't done this kind of intentionally, but today we've sort of said, we've got all these 100 pieces of everything. How do we fit them together to make a system? Well, are we, you know, should we be completely constrained to think like that about what we want to achieve? Shouldn't we think more clearly what we want to achieve and then design the thing that delivers that to you? So that's my compliment. I'm not sure it's a question.
Can I quickly respond to that? It's, I think the answer to your question is probably yes. If we just could cancel everything and start from scratch, that would be fantastic. Except that we lose 400 years of data already collected. Is it the list you have? So there's something being lost there also by starting from scratch, and it's of course not practically possible, but your point is good.
Just going to comment on this. Yes, we have many jigsaw puzzles. That's true, but these jigsaw puzzle can actually be reshaped that actually align. So yes, there's many units, but together I mean, yes, EBMS, it has a structure right now, but there's no constraint of that structure being permanently like this. I mean, this can be resilient and fit others and actually integrate others.
I asked for the word. I want to follow up a little bit on this discussion, and I see a potential danger of redundancy among the existing networks that already are in place and what EBOC is supposed to do. So it's important that it can be crystallized out what is not done by the others, which is really needed, that the EBOC has to be responsible for. So that there is a sort of unique set of tasks that is to be done by EBOC and is not done by the other networks. That's quite challenging, I would say. If most of the car is already made by the existing ones, what's left for EBOC to do? That may be a bit provocative, but I think it's necessary to address this. Another topic that I wanted just briefly to mention is a network which has not been mentioned, or an organization which has not been mentioned here today, neither yesterday, and that's the CEN, the Center for European Normalization, which are making standards for field sampling methods and also sampling analysis methods. And they are very active. There are special groups dealing with CEN standards for biology. So it's important to also bear in mind their products and not to reinvent the wheel. If there is already a standard, then that should be used. So yeah, that's what I just wanted to say.
So yes, just to react to one question. I think I mentioned it yesterday. Only once the EBOC or whoever is in charge starts working on the practical EB on the specific EBVs, one can, you know, like open the fog of all these pieces in the puzzle, because there are many communities, but not as many as not to be understood. Many of the communities, in particular EBVs, are already connected. They know each other. They have a part, they have a data infrastructure. Others have a certain monitoring technique or a certain country, a certain coverage. So only when we get to that level, I think the EBO can coordinate easily the initiatives. And also linked to the previous question, the objective that we have is the policy objective. So I'm afraid maybe it can sound like a bit top down, but if we have a clear objective, like this is an indicator of the biodiversity strategy we want to, or of the GBF that we want to inform, then you can come back and say, okay, this is the EBV that we need, and we don't have. I can give an example. We don't have an EU-wide harmonized indicator on mammals, neither terrestrial nor marine. So if that is the one that we want to feed, then you construct back all the workflow that you need to put in place for that. In certain cases, there are many pieces in the puzzle. In others, not so many. And I want to acknowledge that you mentioned SEN. SEN is mentioned in our EBOC proposal. It's embedded in one of the tasks for the standardization. SETAC is also there, the taxonomy. So there are many associations, networks of researchers that are an integral part. That they should take integral part on the tasks of EBOC.
Yeah, thanks. I would like to add on to this. So I think, Camino, as you already sort of shown with the governance diagram, so there are different players and on which shoulders sort of the EBOC stands, or with the shoulders it's going to be carried forward. And on the one hand, so the member states, the national member states, which are well represented by Biodiversity Plus. Then obviously the European, pan-European programs, which are already like Lucas and so on, which can be provided a backbone or ELTER, but also the transnational NGOs. And here I see actually, I think there needs to be funding so that they can be taken forward, so that there is an infrastructure, that they are not sort of on a 2-year basis, because that is actually quite dangerous. I see that, yeah, we had the talks from the birds, the butterflies or pollinators. I think there are some other taxa or other EBVs which could be supported, but obviously what it needs for the next 2 years is to make progress with some specific EBVs so that people can see the added value. And I think I support very much what Joe said, is you need the visibility and really to lift this. And so the ownership, I think you put it in somewhat nicer, so but that people then can see, okay, well, I can have the impact by working with other people. And I think Daniel presented this yesterday, very nice, that several EBVs can work together. And I think this is something where I think everybody here in the room, I think this is we all have to create this somehow, and how we can then bring this to life, because I think there are, or we see, so today was designed to showcase all, not all, I think there are probably more, but some of the main networks that there are. And now, how can we work together? Because we all want to achieve the 2030 goals. That's only 6 summers away, maybe only 5 summers away. And so we have to make a difference. I think it's already pretty good, as Briadine said, is that the first EBOC pilot is going to focus on a few EBVs to show, okay, it's going to make a difference. It's not going to be another Quango, which is sort of making more work. I think this was also more work to the people who are already overworked, but actually helping this. And I think we all have to be very clear and say, here we need help, or here somebody could help. But I think there also need to be some funds. I especially see the NGOs and natural societies, which are sort of on a more dangerous level of not being able to be supported. Other ideas I heard over the last 2 days was that I think we also need data stewards. So somebody who is really going and then taking the data and making it available, saying, okay, well, here's now the GBIF product, come on, use it. And then obviously some people will make the value for money, but I think these people will be there. The researchers will take it up and provide this. But I think somebody who's actually working with the data. And yeah, just one last thing. I think there was one key thing which also Camino always put on, so the agreements. So which would be in the first 2 years so of the data standards and the data sharing agreements, which I think everybody would like to do, but I don't know, somebody has to do this, and this is actually some legwork. You need some people to do, yeah. I don't know, this is a question actually, so I didn't formulate it as a question, but it's really to the panel, how do you see this?
I'll jump in. So as I was listening yesterday, I was kind of envisioning a project in which so we have a goal of 6 exemplar EBVs, and to structure those such that some of them are based on machine-derived data that's new data flows that I'm quite confident that we as a community are going to find really good ways of getting that data from source into a machine-read format that we can use quite quickly into the EBV. And that could come from countries that have these programs already, and then maybe some new ones that are started in areas in which we have less biodiversity data. But then partner that with the more difficult part of it, which is the legacy data that we need for this longer term baseline, and that we some of the products are coming into EEA without the raw data. That's been mentioned several times. So let's dig into that as an exemplar project in perhaps from a GBIF perspective, 2 or 3 GBIF countries that have GBIF nodes and 2 or 3 countries that don't have GBIF nodes, and really where are those data, and then focus on training and capacity enhancement for those specific data sets that are needed to answer those questions with EBVs, building new communities in the process, and hopefully bringing in new GBIF nodes, but then leveraging the strengths of the GBIF nodes that we already have. So a couple different pathways of bringing that knowledge in with different types of pathways and different types of learning and capacity enhancements as well.
Point that of the discussion that started on the basis of Richard's intervention, how many pieces of puzzle do we have, and how do we have too many, or possibly have too few in terms of all the species groups that we want to monitor, but we possibly have too many when we think about technical platforms to do about data. Now that's my impression. And so I discussed others. I certainly have also discussed it, I'm sure, what's like for the EPOC proposal for biodiversity monitoring, in addition to the contract and the program that each environment will have. Because there is such a great community here that has put together so much good knowledge, it would be a shame to lose it, and it would be a shame to lose the representation that EuropaBON has created. And this representation of people interested in generating, using biodiversity on the base of good science is actually very important in the European policy space. So that's my encouragement to think forward and think how this can work. And I see maybe as an initial idea, maybe one can create champions for different themes that have emerged. Citizen science, there has to be a champion that goes to the commission and says, we can do good things, but we need money. It is an amazing value for money to just pay a coordinator to have 1,000 volunteers, frankly. So, I mean, but there has to be someone that represents that community in addition to the contractors and the good work of the project that each environment. Then there is the European data space. There is great pilot schemes run by each environment, in particular EuropaBON, on pollinators, on biodiversity and agricultural landscapes. There is some other schemes that the European Union has, like LUCAS, run by Eurostat, which has a biodiversity landscape feature component. There's IX data. We had a very interesting and interesting speak from the agriculture yesterday. So in the space of satellite data and all that, that is something that also we need to get together. And certainly I, as far as I can, at the European Environment Agency, as a key user and connector, we will try to move that space forward. And I think there has to be a space or a group of people that looks at the data infrastructure and data protocols. And GBIF, of course, is a critical player. But as the research community, I mean, we have fortunately a lot of research funding. Sometimes I think it could be a little bit of it could be better used for monitoring, but we have fantastic research funding in Europe. But apparently we have several different platforms. Can they come together and say, no, this is how this can be done. Here's our experience. And can you please connect it to the space that the Commission decides? There's a lot of money going into the data. So I think if as community, there's in the follow-ups and discussions, who will take certain things forward as EuropaBON is identified, and then already works on establishing counterpart to the consultancy funded work that Teacher Environment will run. I think that will be helpful. So we also are visible in the policy discussions in view of the next multi-annual budgetary framework of the Union.
Yeah, if I can add for that also, and also for the Aleta's point that about this challenges of funding. So that was obvious also for our interviews with our partners, that this kind of like a project-based funding is the really biggest problem for most of sustainable biodiversity monitoring, and that's repeated by all our countries and members. So I think that could be one of these functions where EBOC would really play a critical role. But then I think these key functions, they were very nicely elaborated in this table, which we saw many times today already, that there's this coordination and sapling design and capacity building and data support, data interoperability. So I think these three elements are really crucial, which could be supported by this kind of EBOC, which doesn't need to be repeated at every scale and every country. So there could be a lot of synergies between this, but really this paying attention for this long-term funding, I think that should be something really to prioritize, try to find ways how that could be used. In that sense, I think this model by Biodiversa Plus is quite interesting one. It hasn't been mentioned quite often, but in similar kind of situations. But if you have this kind of like a partnership that you're pooling in your in-kind, and then somebody, third parties are bringing in some additional cost. It could be private sector, or it could be some international big organizations which might be then supporting this kind of establishment of a joint partnership, and maybe that could be a funding, partially funding also EBOC functions for this kind of development of long-term monitoring.
Thank you. I just want to go back to what it was discussed there in terms of data infrastructure. I mentioned this yesterday, but I just want to put a very specific example, which is the high-level indicator from the ECOMI Montreal, which is ecosystem extent. One of the indicators where you think, in order to answer to that high-level indicator, we need to put in place several EBVs. So it's several EBVs that will help to answer to that specific indicator. So my point is, and the worry also of overlapping and redundancy, and in terms of restricted budget that we do have. I think at the European level, we have so many projects and so much data at the site level, and the problem is upscaling. This is one of the things. But the main problem is how to put all these very different efforts together. And again, is data infrastructure. We need to be smart enough to find out a data architecture and infrastructure that will help us to really be able to work together, to really be able to make a good use of all this data that exists. So we need to work on data flows. We need to work on APIs. So we need to really connect this data. Mark mentioned today, the issue we do have of pressures on identifying, how we're going to really inform on ecosystem condition if we don't know, what is happening in terms of pressures. So everything needs to be much more integrated in that sense. But I think we have a lot already on the plate. And for me, the answer of a future EBOC will not be based on EBBs, even if I work every day with EBBs. If we do that, it will be another layer. And this will be, of everything that exists already. We really need to work before on a very good data infrastructure, and we need to really work in APIs and in data flows. Otherwise, again, if we can have 80 EBBs or 100 EBBs, doesn't matter. But EBBs change constantly, and we are coming with new ideas of EBBs, and so it's extremely important that we don't go. I know that you're really fond of building this based on EBBs, but I think this will be a big mistake. So in terms of integration, we need good data structure infrastructure. Thank you.
Yeah, it works. No, I wanted to follow a bit on what is just been said by the colleagues. But what I realize, it's good to have a big ambition, huh? And I must say that the way you design the EBOG is really impressive. But we know that the resources is limited and the budget is limited. So there's no way, if you want to be everywhere, there is a risk that at the end we don't deliver on anything. And compared to the current situation. So my point, my recommendation is really to focus on the essentials, on what will really make a big impact. So you will have, I think the budget is, 5 million that we will have in order to initiate. It will be, I think, a good idea addressing all what has been said, and the data platforms, the coordination, finding the champion players just on a few of them. So think big, but start small, and really showing a big impact. And we have started with Bruno and with Jan-Erik on the ecosystem extent. Just to give an example, and we believe that we can do really a lot and deliver soon a solution for countries and making sure that everything is well harmonized. And I think we need really to think what would be these EBVs that, if available in a well-coordinated way and well harmonized, can really make a big impact. And money attracts money. So if we're able to do this with the 5 million euros we have, just starting big, but small, sorry, but doing very well the few EBVs we can do and showing impacts, it's very important to show impact, then probably we can then go bigger and bigger and convince the policymakers at the end to put additional budget. Because we're not going to change the world. We're not going to change the fragmentation that is in the currently. All these initiatives are there and will still be there. So that's my recommendation.
I don't have a reply, but just I don't think the ambition of EBOC or the EuropaBON proposals is to solve all the fragmentation, but at least to improve the alignment. There is we have heard so many presentations, we have heard all the research initiatives that have a short lifetime, unfortunately. So a lot of initiatives, appear and disappear regularly, and very nice and brilliant initiatives. So maybe the alignment of the objectives, it's far enough on achievements. So not the fragmentation, but really we align all for the same objective.
Maybe just to add on this, because I think this is a very important point, that the alignment is not only the alignment of the current initiatives. I think that there is dispersion and fragmentation is because there is no kind of central view, common view. So I think that the EBOC and the work around, and we are here, it means that if just the idea of the EBOC, it means that the new initiatives cannot just say that there is no common vision. So it will, I think that this joint adventure will allow us to put all the things together, but the new things and the new projects that start actually make sure that they don't duplicate, because now there is kind of so I think that only that is like half of the work that's involved. So I think that is we have to have this kind of past view of things that have happened, but I think that there is a lot of things around. It's not only that we have a lot of projects and a lot of new initiatives that we have to now to take into account the idea and the steps. Okay, thanks.
We we take the last two, Tim and then.
Thank you. Somewhat related to the points just been discussed. I wanted to raise again a point that I made at the time of the last EuropaBON workshop in Leipzig, but I think it's worth bringing up now because we are kind of at the end of the road as far as EuropaBON is concerned. As I understand it, in 2 days' time, EuropaBON doesn't exist. It's a project. It's got a great logo. It's been a fantastic process bringing a community together. But while, yes, it moves into this operational phase, you could say now, to pilot and then eventually set up the EBOC. But as we all know, that's going to be a long and politically involved process. If you go to the GeoBON global website at the moment, EuropaBON is shown as a regional biodiversity observation network with its own identity and character and logo. I was wondering, now that we are at the end, as it were, of this project, is there any vision or prospect of having some continuity, maybe a sort of through a relatively loose collaboration, but in some way to keep this identity of EuropaBON together and continuing while this more formal process is worked through? Is there any, what is GeoBON next Monday? Sorry, what is EuropaBON next Monday? I guess that's my question.
Yeah, maybe that's the question for Henrik but from my point of view, if I also add for that, I think that it's a key question. And as much as Biodiversity Plus is able to help with that, to keep this EuropaBON community alive, we will be available, and hopefully we can discuss that in the coming days or coming months at least, that how we continue with that community. And then this EPOC piloting is another thing. So from our point of view and biodiversity point of view, national, subnational point of view, it's very important that there's really like a long-term commitment for that. If we are trying to affect our partners, that they start to establish some kind of official, formal national biodiversity monitoring coordination centers as a counterparts for this EPOC, it cannot be like a 2-year project. It really needs to be a decadal mission for where all the partners and countries are then heavily engaged. So I think that's crucial, that it cannot be just like a short-term project one after another, but it really needs to be something which is operationalized as soon as possible, and making this kind of concrete agreements or memorandum of understandings between member states and countries or partners through the biodiversity, for example, to join for this, to keep it going on. I think after these 2 years, you already need to have in the beginning quite good view what you are going to do next. Maybe you have been thinking that, but at least that's going to be our message for this joint collaboration. So
you want to close? I think we have to. Yeah, but Enrique has the closing word, so I'm giving him actually the floor. Do you want to react? Yeah, very last one.
I wanted, yeah, I'm sure Enrique will say something, but I think this is a very relevant aspect. So there are like 1,600 people now registered in the EuropaBON webpage. I do think that collectively we should think about how to leverage this community, but also it's important to recognize that the GeoBON networks are voluntary-based networks, and they don't have any funding behind and so on. They are kind of disruptors. So it's really important to think collectively, if we want to continue with this and make kind of a breach of whatever is coming later, how this is going to be governed, funded, and so on, even if it is a little bit of funding. Yeah, that's, I think, something that we really need to start thinking about now. Yeah.
Right, we have to close now. So thank you again. Thank you for all the panelists, all the speakers before, but especially to the panelists here.
So yes, thank you very much to the panelists now, and I'd like to now invite Enrique to take the floor for some final closing remarks before we close today's session. Thank you, Enrique, please.
So it has been really, truly amazing to see where we are now on biodiversity monitoring, and all these results from EuropaBON to be uptaken by the community. And particularly when you take the long view, because when I became particularly interested in the issue of monitoring, because around 20 years ago, I was involved in millennium assessment, and I had to synthesize the results from the different subglobal assessments that were being done. And I realized that the subglobal assessments were reporting excellent data on, at that time, on things like freshwater condition, food production, timber production, a lot of the ecosystem services, provisioning services. But the data from biodiversity was so poor. And that I realized that biodiversity monitoring was not really high on the profile or high on the agenda. So I wrote with David Cooper, who's now the executive secretary of the CBD, a paper that seems so naive in hindsight 20 years later, called Towards the Global Biodiversity Monitoring. And we were proposing that we should have some kind of system for global biodiversity monitoring and a grid base, and should do plants and birds. Birds were there, Richard, already from the start. And the ideas there were, of course, let's say naive in one sense, but fast forward to 2024, and now we have biodiversity monitoring in the agenda. We have a lot of the countries starting their national biodiversity agencies. We have more and more biodiversity data than ever. And this meeting and the idea that we will have an European Biodiversity Observation Coordination Center, that is something that was completely a crazy idea a few years ago. It's about to become a reality. So it's really amazing to see this trajectory. I think that what we found in these discussions in the last presentations, that there is a large consensus from all stakeholders that we need an European Biodiversity Observation Coordination Center, that there is still an important niche, including in this niche of raising the profile of biodiversity monitoring, getting more resources on biodiversity monitoring. I think we also have a big consensus that what we have is amazing. We already have a lot of monitoring going on, but it's not enough. We need renewed efforts. We need to expand biodiversity monitoring, and I think EBOC will also have a big role on that. And I think it's also becoming apparent that for the level of investment that we ambition for the EBOC and for biodiversity monitoring in Europe, we have to bring forward the benefits that this biodiversity monitoring data will bring to citizens, to businesses. This has been always, it's not only the data for itself or for science, but also the value that this data will bring to society. And I wanted to finalize by saying that maybe the biggest contribution I see here from EuropaBON is to solidify this idea that there is no data without models. Today, we cannot use data just in a statistical way, just doing time series of simple analysis of data points. We need to resort to models. We need to resort to big data to really inform policymaking and to do leverage of all the data that is being collected. And so this idea of the data model fusion that was really key, for instance, in advancing climate science, in advancing weather forecasts, we are about to see hopefully this similar transition on biodiversity data. And I want to say that our work just started in a way. It's like this is the combination of EuropaBON of these 4 years, but in reality, most of the work is still ahead. We need now to make this vision of the eBOK come through together as a community. And there is a lot of uphill to climb, but Richard was giving me this metaphor this morning that in reality, maybe it's not so much going uphill because we already created such momentum now with the eBOK. It's more just pushing the ball downhill because the momentum is already there. So I hope that's where we are and where we all go from this meeting. My last word is of thank you. And I wanted to bring a couple of people to the podium to thank them for organizing this wonderful meeting. I want to start with Andreas that took over. Where is Andreas? Andreas took over Jessica Juncker that we also miss, and she couldn't be here today. But Andreas has really helped us a lot in the last few months. And I wanted to also ask Evelina to join here. Evelina and Leonie and Aleta and Ian. And these were really the people that made this meeting possible. And, you know, I hope I have the entire key people of the organization. So I wanted to give a round of applause here to this. And just one more person that I wanted to mention, because she has been so inspiring for me personally, and I know she's going to retirement. And could you see stand up? I know that Anne is going to retire later this year, and she contributed. If you could come here too, if she could. I learned so much from her during these 4 years, so it was a big learning experience for me to work with you, Anne. Thank you so much. Yeah. So thank you, and have a good trip home. Thank you.
So thank you guys for making this happen. This was. Can we move this? Yeah.